Where will we be going tonight, sir?
We all knew from day one this mumbo jumbo wouldn't fly.
people are already gathering. It'll be very, very spectacular.
Both the Iron Chef and Challenger have 1 hour to tackle the theme ingredient of the day. Using
What other whimsical pranks are you and your charming conspiratress up to?
You do have a way with words, Batman.
Todd was saying perhaps I was doing too little with the words. I thought, all right, I'll take that on board. And so, you know, if I was picking up the phone, instead of just going, good morning, which is how I started off, I go, good morning. You know, just give it a little bit of something.
Sorry, Jimmy. Without zinc for the rotary mechanism, there are no telephones.
Hey, what gives?
You said you wanted to live in a world without zinc, Jimmy. Well, now your car has no battery.
Dear God, what have I done?
Oh, think again, Jimmy. You see, the firing pin in your gun was made of, yep, zinc.
That's enough stalling. Alright, just gonna move that to the other screen so that no one can see that I use OBS. My secret shame. Okay. That's looking respectable enough. Desktop time, hello. Hi. This is yet another stream where I work on an adventure game for DOS being written. I'm not going to say entirely from scratch because I used a bunch of open source, but we're writing the engine. That doesn't count for nothing. And I don't know. Last week we kind of left on two things. One is that we kind of added this kind of cool close-up of a coffee machine that we still have something to do with. But there was something else that was kind of like bumping around my head for a long time, which is, in fact, I'll just show you. Actually, no, don't open up there. Go into the game folder. I should probably turn the sound back up. Hey, so in this options screen we have, actually, let's just start the game up. So in the options screen, oh yeah, and we added that cool score counter down the bottom. But in the options screen here, we have a graphics button. Previously, we modded it to have EGA 16 color support. So essentially taking every color in the palette and remapping it to 2 EGA colors and a dithering style. So it can either be like a solid fill or it can be a checkerboard fill, and very occasionally something like a quarter fill, like we see on the top of the chest of drawers there. But the thing that was kind of confounding me for a long time was how do we go one better? How do we get that last 10% of PC users out there who don't yet belong to the EGA or VGA family? And as it turns out, it was actually quite easy to do. Like, for a long time, I was kind of like looking at it going, oh, I'm gonna have to write like an entirely new, different dithering system just for CGA. But there was a nice and cheap way of doing it, which was essentially just take the patterns that I got for EGA and turn each EGA color into a CGA color. And there you go. You get 100% working CGA. And it doesn't look too bad. Like, you can make out things. You can, I'd say the backgrounds mostly kind of translate pretty well. But, oh, and also, this is just one of the modes. Let me bring up Wikipedia. So I know most CGA scholars will know this, but if we look up color graphics adapter, you'll see here that there are actually 6 different palette modes that you can have for CGA. You can have this fetching yellow, green, red. This much nastier kind of brown, dark red, dark green. And then 2 variants of kind of the, cyan, magenta. Or, the 2 variants of the cyan, magenta look, and then 2 variants of the red, cyan look. And all of those are possible within the engine. In fact, I should be able to mod this. Hang on. I think it's in menu. Because at the moment I've just got it hooked up to 1B, which is what I've labeled this mode here. But if I were to change this to 0A, and then... Interesting, okay. Somewhere along the line I must have broken like hot reloading, because Control R should have hot reloaded the engine, but it did not. So I'm gonna have to just open up the engine normally. There we go. And yeah, so the other CGA feature that is not mentioned here on this Wikipedia page is you can change the background color by manipulating the overscan register, which is what I've done here. So now we've got like this fetching green, red, yellow, and dark brown going on. Hey Core10K. Core10K says, I've had you in the background, then I heard the word dithering and my ears perked up. This is relevant to my interests. I'm glad you think so. So we'll just compare like the different modes. So we've got VGA here, which admittedly has a little bit of dithering, which I just kind of added in gratuitously. I didn't need to do that. I've got plenty of colors left. Then we've got EGA, which is the best case, you know, a attempt to remap each of the colors to an EGA equivalent. And then we have CGA mode, which is, again, it is just like it's taking those EGA colors that we've calculated and just reducing the depth. And there is a slightly different remapper palette for each of the three major colors, so there is a little bit of difference. Oh, and Racing the Beam says, could you make it change palette on a per screen basis so the closest match to the actual palette for that screen? Funny you should mention that. That's basically what we're going to be doing for the start, just to kind of warm up here. Because I was like playing around with like the overscan colors, and I felt like this kind of, you know, rarely seen arrangement here where it's like, you know, red, green, yellow, and then maybe like the brown in the background. That's got like a nice kind of industrial look to it. We could, oh, Core10K says, how many colors on screen right now? At the moment it's 4. Ignore the fact that there's like a black border. That's just DOSBox being inaccurate. If you were to like run it on real hardware, I have changed the overscan register to be brown, so the back, you know, technically this should be brown, but it is not. So we're just down to 4 colors. And like initially I was kind of going, oh, do I need to kind of find a way of, you know, doing a double remap to EGA and then doing a second dithering pass, but honestly, I think this looks fine. I'm not sure we'd get much more complexity by adding like more dithering on top of this. Like maybe a little bit here where, you know, it's all crammed into the cyan channel and it's a bit washed out, but I'm quite impressed with like just how well we've done with just the colors in this EGA scene, honestly. I mean, we could probably, I mean like okay, my biggest complaint with this was that like you can't really make out the dark cyan difference. Oh yeah, Core10K asks, what different ideas did you try out to get the CGA? Alright, well let me... Okay, let's just quit out of here for a sec. What we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to like get... Actually, yeah, very first thing I need to do is I need to figure out why hot reload isn't working, because that is gonna be annoying, not having any hot reload. Which makes me think, would it... hang on. Where did it... Ah, it's here. Okay. So if I go to build STL Ninja... I just want to check, is it also broken in the STL version? Okay. So yeah, palette remapping works as expected. Did I fix screen resizing? Oh, I did fix screen resizing. I just forgot that I did. That was also on my list of things to kind of sort out after a while, but yeah, I do need to fix overscan emulation here, because I might as well, given that we've got all this empty space. But sorry, so if I like start a game and then I push Control R. Oh yeah, here we go. Writing state slot 0 failed to read save 0. Oh right, did it not actually write the save game? I mean, it wrote something into the autosave slot. Oh, Core10K says, you got Ninja to work, I can't even get it to compile. What a nightmare GitHub is. Are you referring to Parenti? Are you referring to the engine? I don't understand. Is it open? Oh, and Core10K offers, is it open somewhere else? That shouldn't be an issue under Linux. Linux does not have file locking by default. So I don't know why that would be an issue. It's probably because I added some new stuff to the save code, and the save code. Yeah. So like another thing that we're gonna have to work on tonight. Save games. We've run into like a little bit of a snag. So the save format is mostly based around CBOR, which is like a binary representation of what's it called? Like it's sort of like JSON, except it's like an RFC standard format for storing that information, which is fine. The catch though is that the code for storing that is also written in Lua. And then we're running into another problem, which is, I mean, like the Lua code is fine, but the issue is that if we part of the multi-threading that I've set up for this has a watchdog, which is to say, like this is meant to be kind of like a short circuit that prevents like one thread from taking too long to process stuff. So, essentially, like if the game fires off a piece of code, then it can only run for 10,000 instructions before it gets kind of stopped automatically. Otherwise, a script could just hang the entire game, and there wouldn't be very much you could do about it. Whereas at least with this, it would just kind of kill the thread, and it's maybe at least visible in the log. And yeah, the issue that I had was that because the save game loading code is written in Lua, and the CBOR code is quite complicated, like just loading a save game runs afoul of this limit. So calling like load state inline is a problem. But that's okay, because really what we should be doing is deferring it. So, because yeah, like right now load state is pretty bare bones because it defers it. The only thing that it does is it like checks to see that, it tries to see if the file is available, and then if it is, it will try and, it tries to see if the file is available, and if it is, it will then send an event, or rather no, it trips the reset line on the engine, which tells the C code stop everything in Lua and just reload everything from scratch. But after you do that, then load in one of these state files over the top. So it's kind of like a bit of a, you know, bit of a bait and switch. So I'm guessing like when it says failed to read S aborting, it must mean get save state summary is busted. And this is a new one that I added, and I'm also regretting doing this because yeah. Oh yeah, okay. Sorry. Let me give a little bit more context. So if I open up previously there wasn't any when I open up this load screen, it would just say slot 1, slot 2, slot 3. I don't want to worry about text, like adding text entry, because I've got like enough crap to deal with before adding another widget type just now. I will probably have to add it because it's useful to have. But I mean, at the moment, it just tells you the timestamp of which you saved, which I figure is better than nothing. The thing though is that it gets this from the save file format, which is all in CBOR format. So like where's the export? Export. Here it is. Okay, so like a save game file has got like a little header at the top, and then it has this blob attached to it in CBOR. So it's got, you know, the version of the interpreter, the game, the ID of the game, the version string of the game, name of the save game, timestamp, and I'm starting to think that maybe like this block up here, this block of stuff here, should actually be just, you know, part of the binary header. Because if we do that, then we don't have to trigger, like getting CBOR to load the entire file. And that's going to be important because, I mean, here we've only got 3 save games, but imagine if you had like a Sierra style menu with like hundreds of freaking save games in it. In DOS, this takes forever because you have to open 100 files. Or rather, you have to open 100 files and then process them all with CBOR. Whereas if you just had them in the header, it'd be a case of, you know, opening the file, pulling these, you know, raw fields out, and then you wouldn't have to do like the very expensive messy part. Oh, Ryu Ishinaka says, yeah, make it header data for the entire package. Okay. Yeah, I think that like all this crap here, that's still going to be in the CBOR thing, but this lot, I think we can make part of the header, because at the moment the header doesn't really have anything in it except what's it called? Yeah, all the header at the moment is just the word parenti and then the numbers 1 and 0. So I think we can fix that. I mean, we technically I haven't actually like cut a release with a save game format in it yet, so I could just even ignore this. I could keep the same format version and have it be broken. And I don't know, save having to write a bunch of extra crap, but yeah. But my thinking is we do that, then all of a sudden saving and loading doesn't become as actually saving might still become expensive, but loading becomes cheaper. Because I've experienced a few times when I was testing that now that I have a function which goes through and like reads all the save game files just to get all the names, this will trip the watchdog like super easy, especially if you've gone around and like got a very complex save file with a bunch of variables and stuff in it. So I figure yeah, okay. So that's gonna be job 2. Job 1 is gonna be, actually no. Job 1 is figuring out why hot loading is broken, because I need hot loading. Or else it's just gonna be like really slow. Okay, and what was the clue that we were given? The clue we were given was that getting the state summary for this wasn't working. Okay, maybe that'll give us what we need. Okay. And I try and hot load. So I had no trouble writing the state, and then it just crapped out. It like failed to read this. So why is that? PT get save state summary. Okay, I should probably like add some. Path. Oh, hey Infinite Nathan. Yes, DOS. Sorry, I can quickly show you off. We're just trying to fix the save game code, but essentially, yes, this is an engine that has been written in C using DJGPP, and I don't know. There's basically like parts of it written in C which talk directly to the hardware, but most of the actual engine is written in Lua, kind of similar to how like Grim Fandango and stuff is done. And Infinite Nathan says DOS is like the OG computer game, right? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, this is IBM PC back in the day, so like we're talking from like 1980s onwards. I can't remember when the first when the XT came out. Was it 94, 84, 82, thereabouts? And yeah, the feature that we've just been playing around with allows us to downgrade the graphics to EGA, which is the, I guess like the second oldest common graphics card adapter. And more recently we've added CGA, which is the oldest, shown here in this appealing kind of brown background setting. So yeah, the plan is we're going to kind of like pick some good, I don't know, CGA has like some weird limitations, so we're going to go through and like pick some nice blends. But what I'm just in the middle of doing is I am trying to fix the hot loading feature that that I've added into this engine, as it appears to have broken since I messed with the save code. Essentially, yeah, like the the hot loading code, all it does is it saves a game and then loads a game again, and relies on, I don't know, the state being saved in the save game, but most of the time that's enough. And it forces a reread of every script in the game. Adboot asks, is it Python or Lua? This is, so what I'm looking at now, this is...
All monitored systems are functioning.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Internet Nathan. So to answer your question, so like this code here that we're looking at, this is the Lua side of the game engine. It contains all of the actual kind of business logic. So we've got here like code for like loading from save games. We've got code for like making the characters walk around on the screen, etc., etc. Like scene graph rendering codes, so you can have like groups of objects that are kind of rendered in the right spot on the screen. Like all of that kind of semi-complicated business logic is written in Lua. The actual game engine itself, so I'd say that's a large part of the game engine. The other part is written in C, and I've basically kind of stripped it back to just the stuff that needs to be running in C. So if I open up like main.c, we basically have like a thin abstraction layer for the various like bits of hardware. So like we've got here the keyboard, the mouse, the serial port, which I use for debugging, the timer, which is an important one, like getting accurate like millisecond counts of how long has elapsed, which is like a massive pain in the ass under DOS. Took me like months to figure out how to do that. OPL, which is used for the music, beep, which is used for the PC speaker, and then video, which is the video driver, and yeah, like all of those have to be written in C just because you need direct hardware access to write to like VGA or mouse or whatever. I mean, like another option could have been that I could have used a library like Allegro, which gives you a high level access to these features, but I did it this way because then it would be easier to write so like the engine now, like you can see here, there is a DOS driver for everything and also an SDL driver for everything. This latter one here allows me to run it natively under Linux and also in the web browser if I compile it with mscripten. So that's by kind of like doing it at this lower level, then it meant it was easier to port. If I'd written it in Allegro, then it would be like, oh god, like it's already kind of high level, and then I need to make like Allegro equivalents in SDL, and it's kind of messy. Whereas with this, it's just very basic like basic operations like drawing stuff to the screen. The math itself is just cooked. Like look at all this nonsense, because we're using one of the display modes in VGA which allows you to do double buffering. So kind of you can draw one frame to the screen at the same time that you're updating another frame, and then you just kind of flip between the two pages. And that's like really good for smoothness, but the downside is the math is really messed up. You have like 4 planes instead of just like one big continuous buffer, and you have to, I don't know, do everything in like planar math, which is like why this looks kind of insane. And I've, it's more comments than code because I would never remember any of this. Oh, Infinite Nathan says, I need to get back on my Python game. I worked on a movement system and windows that do nothing, and that's it. Oh, was that with like Pygame? I have not been paying attention to like Python game development for a while, but like I know that like, was it like Pygame? I think there's like also PySDL. There may be some new ones now, but yeah, like Python's good. I think like the first game that I ever made was in Python.
All monitored systems are functioning.
Oh, and thank you very much for the follow, Adboot. Good to have you around. Okay. Sorry. Getting back to this. Where was I? Okay, I was just adding in some log messages to help me figure out where I'm screwing this up. Failed to open this. It could be that... Okay, and then we'll just quickly build that in. Just building the non-DOS one while I debug this because it's slightly easier. But we'll get back into pure DOS development as soon as I figure out why my hot loader is busted. Okay, so if I push Control R. Interesting, okay. Failed to open this, couldn't find header. Poly mascot formulate? What? Why is that not working? Okay, and to clarify, all the header is the word parenti followed by the numbers 0, 1, and 0, 0. And I can't find those. Despite the fact that they are there. They are unquestionably there. I guess it could be that maybe I'm reading this wrong. I could in fact be reading this wrong. Okay. Couldn't find header nil. Interesting, okay, so I tried doing fread and then that didn't work at all. Maybe I kind of misremembered that because it works in like the other ones. Lua. Oh, was I using like a different file API for the other ones? Okay. What is going on? Oh, Adboot says, for me it's impressive what you're doing right now. I can't even run Lua code on my PC with a lot of tutorials. All there is to it is just trying again and again and again and again, and you'll get there. That's all it is. God, I love the palette stuff. Okay. I couldn't find header nil. Okay, rereads the file according to the given formats which specify what to read. For each format, the function returns a string or a number with the characters read or fail. Reads a string with up to this number of bytes, returning fail on the end of a file. If a number is 0, it reads nothing and returns an empty string or fail on the end of a file. And like... Oh. And like the file's there. What possible... Okay. So what we can do is... we can... Actually, we can just put a breakpoint on fread. Okay, so this is the call stack. We can see here that it's in our event loop, which then does a bunch of Lua stuff, and then eventually we reach this thing here. We're just trying to, we're just trying to read 8 characters from this file pointer. Yep. Value return is 0. That's not good. That's not good. And then if we look at this, it's still nothing. And is this wrong? Like, am I... Oh my... Yeah, okay. This is wrong. I think. Oh no, the mode string can also have a B at the end, which is needed on some systems to specify open the file binary. That's right, Sonneveld clued me in on that, but this... Why isn't this working? Why is this not working? Oh, Core10K says, I went down a rabbit hole of trying to use Lua in OBS and eventually realized it can do next to nothing and is just there to say that it is there. I think it's got as far as getting to work as support for custom shaders. Other than that, no. Yeah, like I have looked a little bit into the Lua scripting side. It looked like way too much work. I don't know. Like all my stream tech is done it's written in Python, and I then talk to OBS over WebSocket. So like, did that actually do anything, or did it just make the sound? Oh yeah, it did. Yeah, so that is a MIDI signal. So it's a signal from a MIDI controller going to a Python program, which then sends a WebSocket command to OBS, which then triggers a custom plugin to move the little window from side to side. Oh, and Sonnevel, hey Sonnevel. Sonnevel says, it doesn't help that you can crash OBS with bad Lua code. Wow, it's just... wow, the benefits just keep on coming. I mean, to be fair, OBS does seem... I don't know, especially when you kind of go down like the custom plugin route, it does seem the more stuff you force it to do, the less it enjoys it. But yeah, I don't know. That's that's why I try and just stick to programming OBS via the WebSocket and via using the HTML, the web browser plugin. So like, you know, this overlay that the stream uses is all based around the HTML, which can be complicated, but it is sort of less likely to crash than doing it in a plugin. I'm not sure. Alright. I must be doing something real thick here, because this... I don't understand. I don't understand why it's doing it. But I guess what I can do is I can take this file here, I can open up just plain boring Lua. Okay, fine. Okay, there must be something wrong with what I'm doing. There must be something about this that it does not like. Because we're getting the same we're getting like the same response here. Reads a string with up to this number of bytes, returning fail on the end of a file. If number is 0, it reads nothing or returns an empty string, or fail on the end of a file. Okay, does this have tell? Oh, it's just, okay. There are just like some kind of things about, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Lua. Lua has saved me from like certain madness from just doing too much stuff in C, but there are just some maddening inconsistencies about it, like just stuff that, you know, like there's no continue statement in for loops because that's just what they've decided. And also the file IO library doesn't have a tell. Like it's got read, but it doesn't have it's got seek, it does not have tell, which means you can't infer what's going on particularly well. Like, would it kill you to put tell in there? Apparently so. Apparently it would kill you to put tell in there. Interesting. Okay, that time it returned... Actually, oh, another test. The save 01 is fine. Which makes sense because okay. And like, do I have any other save games in that folder? Why is it just like save 0, which it doesn't like? Okay. And to confirm, the save game does begin with the exact same thing. Oh, Oh, Sonneville says seek 0. Oh, okay. The doc say if you call seek with no eyes, returns the current position. Okay. Thank you. That is, if I'd actually like read the thing on the screen when I was ranting, I might have seen that, but sure, okay. But like, all we're doing is we're trying to get like the first 8 bytes, and it just does not like save 0 for some reason. Despite the fact that they are... Hang on. Okay. We've got 22 gigabytes. It's not that, but like, what's going on here? What's all this? Why why is it just kind of floating here in purgatory? Is it because I need to flush at the end, or I need to close? Am I closing the file at the end? Maybe it's that. Maybe I'm not closing. Oh no, I am closing the file at the end. At least I thought I was. Like this. Oh, okay. Maybe that's why. So if we go F, if we call it like this, maybe it'll be nicer. Okay. Maybe that's part of it. Oh, it could also be that like maybe we're in the middle of overriding it because I had the debugger turned on. Okay. I think that fixed it. Yeah, it must have been that. It must have been that there was like a... Here's what I think happened, right? I think that because we weren't closing the file properly, we had to wait until the Lua garbage collector was called, which was happening probably just after we tried to read the file from C. And maybe that was causing issues. But that seems to fix the hot reloader there. Let me just check to see that it's working in DOS now. Oops. Okay, and killing this. Okay. So now if I were to go here, change CGA to look something terrible, and then change this to a different mode, and then go hot reload. There, look at that. So, alright. So what I reckon... So this idea about having like a different CGA palette on each screen, I do love that idea. I think it's got legs. I think it's got promise. Now it's just a little question of like, how do we pull that off? Because ideally I just want it to be like one setting for CGA. And then whenever you move into a different room, it just sets it properly for you. Let me just pull up the common code. I think the common code is where... So yeah, the common code is currently where I've got the palette remapping set up, and you can see here that I've added in... So there's apply EGA hints, which was this big list that I developed a couple of weeks ago on the stream. So these are kind of like manual corrections to the automatic dithering, because the automatic dithering just doesn't quite scan as well as you'd hope it would scan. Maybe there's a better way of doing it, but for now, it's easy to just have like the naive way, auto-generate a bunch of things, and then go through and manually just say, oh, this color should be half cyan and half white, or what have you. So that's that. And then the second, and yeah, pretty much all of these other CGA rules, you pick an overscan color, which is the background fill color. So here we've picked dark brown as the background fill color, which honestly I think works pretty nice as a combination. Then you set the palette remapper to one of the 6 modes, which correspond to these 6 palette settings here. And then you just apply all of those EGA hints. And then on the back end, there is another table, which I can quickly... I pretty much just figured this out by just listing all of the colors and thinking, okay, which CGA color do I want them to like align to? And so we have just like one of these little tables that converts each of the 16 EGA colors to one of the CGA palette colors. So yeah, nothing too fancy. If you really wanted to go ahead and like do a completely different dithering style for CGA, you could do that, but you'd have to do it manually. This like, in my mind, is well above and beyond the standard of good enough for pretty much, you know, for pretty much zero effort. Okay, so now that we've got all of these, going back to the game code. So we have this function here called set graphics mode, which takes in all of these because like I think that like in order to kind of get like a change on each room, so like if I open up the script for the cabin, assuming that it will edit anyway, we're gonna need this on-room load. So this on-room load script will run every single time basically the game switches into this room. So on-room enter is reserved for like when the character specifically walks into the room, but this is more about if we switch to this room for any reason whatsoever, which is why I mean at the moment all it does is it kind of just adjusts the position of the cabin door as to whether or not it's open or shut. But what we can also add in here is we could add in like and then where are we currently storing this? Oh yeah, okay. So we would probably a couple of things. I think we would need to, because like right now these settings, where we've got like text speed, music volume, and graphics type, these are just being stored like loose somewhere in like Lua memory. Whereas like a better option would be to put them in the variable store for the save game so that they would persist whenever you switch to a save game. And then we can access them here quite easy. So I would say let's try and sort that out first. Also, I should turn some background music on. That's better. Okay. I think we have vars in here already. Oh no, we don't. Okay. Okay, so graphics mode. So there's that. There's the slider options for the music. But, I mean, for now we'll just get the... We won't worry about the text speed and the music volume just yet. We'll just worry about the graphics mode. Because that's the thing that's limiting us. I'll change this just to CGA. And then we'll go back into... And then we basically go... If vars graphics mode equals CGA... So if we do this, and we go else if mode equals CGA, then and then inside here is where we would put our individual palette types. So I like this. I like this for the intro screen. So we will Here we go. If room. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. And then for this one here, for this button, we would then have to modify this so that arg2 would be PT current room. I think that would be it. Okay, there we go. So we'll recycle this name field here, and that way basically we can return. We can feed that into the set graphics mode function, no matter where we call the menu option. So I'll just add that to one to every single one of the rooms, of which there are 3. Where's the reactor room? Okay, let's see. What was the final one? There was... Oh yeah, the intro room. Okay, we'll deal with that in a little bit. Bridge? Yeah, bridge. Okay. Okay, so we've got this color, we've got the intro color scheme. We just need one for else if Let's just pick something weird for the cabin, just so we can mess around with it. So now... Okay, did I leave any... Did I leave anything hanging? No, that's correct. It's now using... It's using the name of the room, which is important. So, I guess we'll just try it. Okay. So maybe, okay, maybe not magenta. We could use dark blue. That's kind of the easy choice. We try dark cyan, I suppose. See how it looks. Or dark grey. Maybe try dark grey. Ooh. That doesn't look too bad. And now let's see what happens if I try and leave the room. Oh. Didn't try and adjust. Oh, because okay. Yeah, right. That's on me. Okay. Cabin's fixed, reactor's fixed, bridge is fixed. Intro, haven't added anything yet. So, okay. But if we do a hot reload, and now if I try and leave the room. Oh, come on. Really? What am I missing? Graphics mode is equal to 3. And if I just try and do this... Okay, that worked. Why is it not, This code will be called whenever PT switch room is triggered and also during restoration of a saved game. Yeah, that's when it should be being called. Okay. So we've done a hot reload. Okay. Very interesting. So the first time, it takes it seriously. Except for this room. Oh, okay, it's literally just... Okay, the bridge is broken. That's all. Have I just not loaded vase? No, I've got vase. What is it about this room that it doesn't like? Oh, because I've got two of these things. Okay, fine. That'll do it. I forgot I had like a loading thing already in order to set up the asteroids. Okay. So now this should work fine if I walk from room to room. So I walk back to the cabin, switches back to cabin colors. Gonna make a liar out of me, game. Come on. There we go. Weird. Okay. Okay. Well, what do we think, chat? Does this... Well, okay. We should probably fix the colors on here, but... I think the other rooms are looking alright. Okay. There we go. That's consistent with the intro. Except... something about switching to that room just does not want it to... Okay, so around that time... Why is it not running when I... That could be a problem. Why is that happening? 'Cause this is meant to be called... Okay, bridge room load, cabin room load, react room load. How am I, okay, how am I leaving the cabin? Okay, I'm calling actor set room and then switch room bridge. So why is it not, Oh, hey, James and Echo. I'm glad you think so. Some might call this like a fairly discordant color scheme, but I think that I think it's got legs. I think it's got something special. All right, we're gonna have to re-engage coward mode again and check outside of DOS so we can actually get some debugging. Assuming that we could measure. Ooh, alright. We still have... Oh, that's right. I still need to fix the SDL video driver, because you can see here, there's a verboten fourth color. Like, what's this black doing here? That should be... not possible. But I think I have... Yeah, I just gotta fix it so that it uses the overscan color as the fill. Okay, so when I walk to this room, it's fine. Ah, here we go. Okay, we've got a... So it's a crash. It's oh, right, okay. It's crashing because there is already a thread called Rock Party. Yeah, right. That might be my mistake. Then that would imply that the unload script is not being called. Because the first thing that the unload script tries to do is kill the Rock Party thread. Okay, so it calls the unload handler for bridge. Then it calls the load handler for react. And then if I go back to the bridge, it has a little sad that there's already a thread called Rock Party. James Necker says, not everyone's going to have a fancy EGA card. Exactly. Like, this is... We're talking... This is what it takes to get mass market appeal. Like, CGA first, EGA distant second, VGA... one, you know, once it reaches critical mass, then we'll worry about VGA. And Hercules, we don't talk about Hercules. Threads. Okay. Ignore self. Yeah. And ignore missing. So why... And then when I try and start a new thread called Rock Party, it whinges that PT thread's name exists. Okay, well we can probe this, I suppose. Core 10K says, don't forget Tiny 1000's PC Junior clone graphics. You can James Necker says you can charge extra for VGS, but I hope so. It's gonna be, I don't know, maybe... I mean, I intend to offer the game for free, so it's hard to kind of add a percentage increase to nothing. Tiny 1000 was basically just EGA though, wasn't it? Like, it was EGA before EGA became mainstream. I know that the graphics is slightly different, but color-wise, wasn't it basically that? Could just have the same button and just, you know, you could have the choice of calling it EGA or Tandy 1000. Wouldn't... Yeah, but then I'll probably get letters from someone saying, oh, but a real Tandy 1000 wouldn't be able to do this because of this esoteric reason. Okay. I think I know what I need to do now. Okay, get out of here. Use DOSBox again. Okay, so we've activated the Rock Party thread. Oh crap, no, there's a thing I needed to do. Namely, I need to make this global so I can see it in the debugger. And then ninja that. Start this again. Yeah, so we have one thread that's called Rock Party. That's meant to be destroyed when I walk into this other room. And the editor's still there. Oh, Core10K says, it was one of those weird situations where the color would change based on the horizontal alignment of the pixel. Like an Apple II. I gotta check now. Cause yeah, like, I think the Apple II had two different palettes. Like it had a green, magenta, and a blue-orange 4-color palette that you could pick. Okay, so they use the PC Junior graphics. Ah, Tandy graphics adapter. Oh, that's right. So Tandy allowed you to do a 4-color CGA, but you could pick whichever damn colors you wanted from the 4. You weren't just limited to the CGA weird ones. And then, but they also offered a 16-color mode. And then I guess, like, I think EGA also kind of allowed you to use the CGA mode, but just pick whatever palette colors you wanted as well, but looks pretty similar. Looks pretty similar to EGA. Which I guess makes sense because it was designed for the same monitors, and the monitors kind of had the colors hard-coded into the signaling. Or at least, you know, the digital monitors did. The composite ones you could, you know, they just had the weird blurry patterns which give you like fake colors, but yeah. Alright, so why is this thread still here? Okay, if I try and kill the thread... There's an underscore in the name. Yeah, okay. I thought I was hallucinating. It's like, is it referenced some place with an underscore and other places not? No, it was not. Okay. So yeah, that's why. So get rid of this. So I should be able to hot reload, and now if we go back out here, yes, the palette changes. The palette changes. Good, 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 good. So chat, what do we think? Three fairly different palettes for the rooms. But I think slightly more fun than just kind of regular CGA. I mean, we could do this with black instead of dark blue, but I kind of think it looks nicer. Yeah, there's not a lot of there's not a lot of definition in that particular room, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's much we can do about that because like the floor is like the second darkest color in the palette, and like adding dithering to that. I mean, what do you dither it with? You have to dither with like one of the eye-searing CGA colors. So maybe it'll make even less sense. And I guess there's the whole kind of like, it's difficult to see the panels. I mean, you can... There is an outline that you can see, it's just not very good. Yeah, right. I think that's pretty good. Okay. Did I have any changes after that? I think I did. Oh yeah, I fixed the rock party thing, and then I moved all this junk around. Quite a few changes, actually. Okay, alright. Next to the menu, I want to get this coffee machine sorted out. We've imported the art into the game, but we have not yet set it up to run in a little kind of modal of its own, which... Because yeah, ideally we want like to be able to click the espresso machine, have the modal pop up, and then you know, you'd be able to interact with it until you decide to walk away. And then on top of that, we were talking about when we turn the machine on, it should be able to like vibrate a little bit. And adding in a kind of movement mode which allowed us to do that. Which we sort of got most of the way to last time. God, I'm so chuffed with how this turned out. Look at this. It's like it was designed for CG. Well, this room maybe less so, but like the rest. Yeah, I'll just pick up some bloody strands of cress. And yeah, like it does slightly change depending on which palette you're in. Like the tape goes from a splodge in the middle to a splodge on the end, which I guess kind of makes sense because it's a rainbow. Yeah, I am slightly regretting that the choice of colors that I picked for the coffee machine turned out to be just kind of fairly indistinct when you convert them to EGA. But I'm not sure how to best deal with that for now. Maybe I won't deal with it at all. Maybe it's fine. Maybe most people will just look at the VGA coffee machine and very few will think of switching to CGA mode, where everything is kind of fuzzier. Okay. Actually, if I switch to... I'm tempted. If I were to go back and... I mean, the brown is kind of cool, but if I were to go, like... make it, like, dark red. Oh, dark red's pretty good. Maybe I like dark red more than I like brown. Black also has its charm. Then we can try, like, horrible choices like this. It's an interesting look, but I'm not sure if it, it's very low, low contrast. Could be argued that this is also low contrast. Maybe... What do we think? Black or brown in this room? think maybe we'll keep it black for now. Okay. That's enough stalling. Alright, we've got to figure out what to do with this coffee machine. Now, what were the component parts? We had like quite a few, if I remember. Okay, so we have the background square, we have the head unit, we have the knob, which can be turned into 3 places. Except I appear to have screwed up exporting one of them. The machine itself. And then... there was also a close-up of the Stein, which I also don't appear to have exported. So let's get those assets out. Cancel. Okay, where were the knobs? Did that, Okay, it must be on the screen, just maybe in a different layer. Oh, failed to open image. I mean, it's there. It's in a color map format. What do you want? Oh, is it maybe because I need to like reload the DOS file system? That can sometimes happen. There we go. It's not in the right spot, but it's there. Let me shuffle those layers. There we go. Alright, so brainstorming what we need to do. Open up the modal. Clicks on the modal shouldn't be interpreted as movement. So okay. So like we're gonna have to make a little bit of a change to how we do the input code. So out of the box, Parenti the engine will give you events for like, has the person moved the mouse somewhere or have they pushed the mouse button down? They won't give you, they won't it doesn't automatically bind that to stuff like moving the character around for you. That's something that you have to do yourself. So, in fact, that's what this handler here does. Like, every time that we get, like, a mouse click, so the mouse gets, you know, the mouse button gets pressed down, so this game code here tries to figure out what hotspot we're over using get mouse over. And then if it is a, I don't know. Basically, if it is a hotspot, it'll then try and, what's it called? It'll call this. God, I'm like my brain is already turning to mush, and we're only at the 2-hour mark. We have this function here called doVerb. In this particular instance, doVerb2 is kind of useful for inventory-based interactions because, as it implies, you have a verb and then you have two subjects. So in this case, it is use inventory item on hotspot. But if we don't have a current inventory item, it will fall back to using just a single verb, so pt doVerb, which is just use hotspot. And because we have like the two mouse button interaction, essentially if you click the left mouse button, it'll try use, and if you try the right mouse button, it'll try look. Now all of this is kind of nice and dandy, except, oh, and then like, sorry, this is the logic that if there is actually a hotspot under the mouse, otherwise it'll just try and make you walk somewhere. So if you right-click the mouse button and there's nothing underneath, it will just turn the inventory, you know, put the thing back in the inventory rather than have it like floating around on your cursor. And then the default behavior, if you just click anywhere on the screen which does not have a hotspot, it'll try and walk to the closest spot that it can get to. So really we need a kind of another kind of tranche maybe in here. Which would be like clicks so hotspot and non-hotspot interactions should both be kind of eaten by the modal. They should not trigger a walk. So I think that maybe the easiest way of doing this would be to add just an entire new top-level branch for, like, are we over the modal? Or is the modal open? Basically, yeah. Is the modal open, and are we clicking inside it? If we are not clicking inside it, then we just go back to doing all this stuff. I'd say we do have oh yeah, okay. We would need to worry about the inventory though, because clicking on the inventory, we don't want to close the modal. Okay, so we'll try doing this like So the question of like, how do we determine where on the screen the modal is? We don't... Okay. We don't really have any easy ways of getting, like, rectangles out of the engine. Which might be... Like, we can just copy this. We can just copy this horrible logic. Alright. Maybe we just start off by opening up the modal. Dang it. Alright. Groups apparently don't have a visible flag, which is annoying. Really? I thought I would have added that. Okay, actors are visible, backgrounds are visible, sprites are visible. Okay. I was thinking like maybe we just move object visible into because I mean like yeah, I've tried to keep iter objects to be just what's it called? This is iter objects is basically how we do the scene graph in the engine, which is to say we have like a very, you know, big chain of groups and backgrounds and things that are chained together, and then this spits out the correct place on the screen where they need to be rendered. And groups are complicated because whatever. For now, we'll just... I was trying to make it so that you know, this is, as far as I'm aware, this is only used for rendering, but if you didn't want to use it for rendering, then maybe you wouldn't want, like, visible in here. Otherwise... I guess we... Actually, no, we could go... Okay, so if we did this, and then we went through and... I think that's everything. Then all of a sudden in here we can go through and... Nice. Okay. Let's clean that up a bit. Okay, let's see how much I screwed up by doing that. Because I'm guessing it's gonna be a number that isn't 0. Just casually changing everything about the rendering order. Okay, still showing stuff. But the coffee machine is gone, which means it's working exactly as intended first time. How does it look at CGA now? Oh, I don't know. That's pretty nice. Switch. Switch still looks like a switch. What if I turn the relay on and then walk back in the room? Oh man, that's pretty good. Okay. So we've got that done. It's now only showing things that should be there. Hey, Incredible Flying Squid. Incredible Flying Squid says, that looks pretty awesome. Give me Star Trek 25th Anniversary vibes. I don't know, did Star Trek 25th Anniversary Edition have an EGA and a CGA mode? But I'm glad you like it. It's coming along. It's coming along pretty good now. Not gonna lie. Just being able to like switch between rooms and changing the CGA color scheme is... It is yet to grow old. Maybe it'll grow old soon, but for now, it's looking pretty good. Oh, Incredible Flying Squid says, not those modes, but the standard looks very, yeah. I mean, that's fair enough. Like, 25th Anniversary Edition did have like a very kind of, how would you say it? It was like the shaded VGA art style, very similar to this. So I'll take that as a compliment. Okay. So I think we might let's So let's make some functions. So we'll go open coffee modal. Bloody Cactus says, now if we had EGA multi-sync monitor, we could get 64 colors. Oh, you mean with like 640 by 350? That sketchy mode, which allows you to pick the... I mean, like, there's still... If I recall correctly, isn't it still 16 color palette, but you get to pick which 64 colors... Which of the 64 colors that you want? Like, Lemmings does it on the menu screen and such. Like, let's see if I can show it off. Yeah, like this. So it's using 640 by 350, 16 color, but you can pick which colors that you want. But in the actual game, they just use EGA mode. Oh, Incredible Flying Squid says, I'm still amazed that they nerfed some old games by making you need the instruction manual to properly play. No hand-holding like in modern games. Yeah, it's definitely, like, it's been like a big change of pace. Not entirely unwelcome, like sometimes there was just entire swathes of the game where they just were de facto copy protection because you needed the manual to explain what was going on, or worst case, it was like, I don't know, like Life and Death had like a big list of phone numbers that you had to call, and that, I mean, that was literal copy protection. Like, I think, Decaf Jedi was playing Capstone's LA Law adventure game, visual novel thing, and that had it more integrated. That has like just a big list of phone numbers of various people that you need to call as part of your job as a defense attorney, and, you know, could never, you know, there's 7-digit numbers and there's a different one for each person you need to ring. So, I mean, that's one of the more justifiable applications of manual copy protection, I feel. But still. Oh, Bloody Cactus says, I think you can do it in 320 by 200 as well. Just 16 colors from a palette of 64, but no one had real EGA multi-sync monitors. I mean, is that also using is that using a different mode? Because like my rough understanding of the enhanced graphics adapter, like, where are the modes? Yeah, so they got 640 by 350 from a 6-bit palette of 64 colors. And then there's like the monochrome mode. This using the bog standard 640 by 200 using the bog standard 16 color set, and then 320 by 200. And these correspond to, like, I can't remember the exact mode numbers, but I mean, like, if we open up Lemmings again and we see what Lemmings does. Okay, so 640 by 350 is mode 10, or mode, you know, mode 10H, more accurately. And then the one in the game is going to be like mode 6, I think? Oh no, it's mode D. And I think that if you open the VGA edition, it also uses mode D, because if you open mode D in VGA, it lets you pick whatever colors you want, because why would it not? Whereas CGA, I think, used another mode. Yeah, okay, it uses like mode 5. Unfortunately, I don't have a cracked version of CGA Lemmings, so we're just gonna have to pretend. And like, to be fair, none of this is actually changing to EGA or CGA mode yet. It is just emulating it using the VGA driver. Or rather, like, it's obviously doing the work, you know. The code is all about remapping to color indexes, so if I ever go around to writing an EGA or a CGA driver, it could we could easily get it to output the kind of display format bitmaps, etc., that it expects to get, you know, to match the display mode. But most people are going to be playing this in DOSBox or on the internet, so it's probably fine just having a VGA driver that pretends, at least for now. Okay. If I refresh this page, and I click on the espresso machine, okay, it pops up there. There is, there is technically a global display layer, but I'm not sure I want to use it. That sounds like it might be more trouble than it's worth. It might be easier to just position this correctly. You know, what am I saying? I'm being pensive for no reason. I should... just say PT global add object. And if I look at this, okay, now it's all the way over to the right, but we can fix that. But more importantly now, it's not attached to the room. I think hotspot should still work because, like, the inventory pane is also part of the global display list, and those still get counted. So we're just gonna arrange. Oh, I see. I see where this is. Okay. Okay, it's 92. 92 by 99. Gotta do some math, I think. Okay, so there's that. $200 minus, so it'll be 100. Oh, it'll just be 100. So minus 251 from all of these. So look at the coffee machine. That's better. That's better, but it's a little far to the left for my liking. Oh, I should probably change the VGA so... There we go. Okay. Problems. So we change this just to remove 100. How would that look? Okay, still kind of in the right spot. Oh, because it's, yeah, right, so 160. How'd that look? Okay, that's the middle. Another issue that we've got is that rollover detection, it's picking up stuff that, well, what do you call it? It's picking up stuff behind the image, which probably we should put a stop to. Okay, and then, so now if we were to go back into Where's the... Okay. We've got this guy here. Update mouse over. It then iterates through screen to room in reverse draw order. Oh, okay. I see what I see. So we do have the ability to do this. I think that all I need to do is change the background image to have this collision flag enabled. And then even though there's no actual hotspot, it will block out anything that happens behind it. I believe. Gotta believe. So we take this, we then cough BG collision equals true. Refresh this. So before, when I was moving my mouse over this cabin passage, it would then show up, but if I've now got this in the way, yeah, there we go. So because I've set the collision flag on this background image, it now means that I can no longer touch this cabin or you know, it doesn't pick up the cabin passage hotspot when my mouse is over it. Okay, that's good. We don't need to change anything. Even better. So I think the Stein should move a little bit to the right. Let's go like 3 pixels to the right, maybe. Screw it, 4 pixels to the right. I'm also thinking maybe we should cough frame. Bridge cough BG. Okay, it's 92 by 99. So what is it, 92? It's like 92 by 90, yeah, 92 by 99. Actually, we don't need a panel. Oh, actually, yeah, whatever. We can do that. Okay, let's see if that crashes it. Yep, it crashed it. Expected panel for first arc. Oh, wait. Yeah, alright, that's on me. Attempt to compare nil with number? One 477. What? Okay, why did that not work? Okay, so line 210, where it tries to add in this stupid panel. Attempt to compare nil with number. Oh, because it's trying to compare z-axis. Really? I thought that, like, panels had a z level. Okay, z equals z. Well, how does the stupid rendering thing work? Yeah, okay. Okay, don't know why I forgot to put a Z in for any of that, but there's one there now. Attempt to compare nil with number. It shouldn't be doing that anymore, because we've sorted it. Oh. I built the wrong one. That'll be why. There we go. Okay. Getting closer. We've got the panel. I just need this little cutaway thing to show up in it. If I do this, and I open up the coffee machine. Okay, good. It respects the the collision flag as well. Now we just gotta move. Gotta maneuver that into position. Which is gonna be. How do we do that? So we've got the panel in the right spot. Smack in the middle of the screen. Yeah, alright. That's pretty good. And now we just gotta I don't know how I managed to like get two holes in one like that, but whatever. That's pretty good. So we go 50, 50, 57, 57, 57. 50, 54. Okay. Okay, and then conversely, we just need to turn this to 0. And then subtract 50 from each of these. 38, 38, 38, 57, 103. Nice. All right. Okay, so, oh yeah, by default, cough stem PG visible false. Oh my god, okay. This music is just driving me a bit loopy. I was about to go for 40 minutes. No, no. Alright, well we have 2 layers for the espresso machine. We have this top layer and we have the back layer. I'm thinking that maybe like the back layer we should give a collision ID. Okay. Oop. Attempt to index a nil value local A. Oh, I see, yep. Alright, so... Okay, so machine shows up, knob is in the right position. do they call it? Hey, Black Elf. Oh yeah, I should show off the new feature. So previously we added EGA support to all the rooms, but you know, the downside of that is you've got to leave behind all of those people who haven't yet made the upgrade. From I'm of course talking about our friends that use CGA. So we now have. I'm not going to pretend that it looks as nice as the EGA mode, but it basically just kind of allows you to remap the EGA dither data to CGA. And because CGA technically allows you to change the palette a small amount, we have different palettes in each room, which I think works. I think it works alright. Black Elf says still looks playable in CGA. That's the important piece. Yeah, I would say that's kind of the important thing. Like, you can add kind of more complex dithering patterns, but yeah, like, cause yeah, like the thing that was kind of like haunting me was that if you look at like Sierra, AGI, CGA. I mean, they've got the composite mode, which, you know, gives you more colors, but where was the, yeah. So if you switch to CGA mode with AGI, you get this kind of, interesting blend of these colors, and then there's like three-way dithering patterns involving three of the different colors. I had a damn picture of it, but I don't know where it went. So, but we do have, okay, we do have Hercules mode. We don't have this one here. Look at this. So you can see that, like, despite the fact that they picked like fairly discordant colors, you can kind of, they've got like a weird three-way dithering going on for like the bricks on the castle. And I was like wondering, oh, should we implement something like that? But honestly, I think it's more visible if we just kind of keep to two-color dithering. Even if it means that we don't get like every single piece of detail, we get most of it, and that's that's honestly good enough for me. Anyway, where we're currently at is we were trying to do this little cutaway of a coffee machine and rig it so that, because I mean, like right now I've just got it so that if you try and use the espresso machine, it'll pop up the modal, and then the modal will just always be there until you load a game like I just did then. But ideally we want it so that if you click on things on this screen, it doesn't trigger a walk. And if you click, I don't know, if you click anywhere in the dead space around here, it should do nothing. But if you click anywhere out here, it should trigger as if you just did a normal action. So I'm just modifying the mouse code to support this situation. So hotspot-wise, I think we're okay. It's more just about how do we determine if the mouse is in like the forbidden zone. And the two options that we've got for that would be to, like, I mean, yeah, I think we just check to see if it's within the rectangle. And that's probably the easiest. Though the order of stuff that we load in, common comes first, and then bridge comes all the way down here. So if we go, how do we do this? Okay, if the modal okay. So if we go like Okay, and then we'll go not inactivated. I think I understand now, okay. Okay. Yep, alright, and then down here we can basically just go... Alright, and then we just need one of these test rect. Okay. Okay, that sounds about right. So that won't, okay, that won't try and walk. And if we click on anything in there. I think that's right. Okay. Now I just gotta rebuild that so I get the function. So hopefully now that should be enough to give us the basics where we can open up the modal, and then if we click outside it, it will try and I think that'll work. Okay. So escape the room. Look at the machine. So I'm clicking on the coffee machine, nothing. But if I click on the emergency power box, that closes the modal. Oh my god, okay. That was way simpler than I was expecting it to be. And also, if I were to pick up the wrench from the box, that doesn't disrupt it. But if I click over here, it will disrupt it. Okay. Cracking. Alright, oh god, it's been 3 hours. Well, I am gonna take a quick break to refill my tea, and when we come back, I don't know, like I think we're getting places. Like we've got, you know, CGAs in the bag. We've pretty much got like close-up modals working. I'm probably gonna have to do some drawing, aren't I? It's been too long since I've done some drawing. You know what? I'll think about it. I'll go get a drink. I advise you do the same. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
You want any cards? Homer!
Choking on my own rage here. Hey, don't yell at Homer. Just 'cause he's a little slow.
Oh, that's better. Sorry, I had a big coughing fit and I needed to get it out of my system, but I think we're good now. We're good. All right, music back on. All right. So I mean, we're looking good. We've got our modal up. We've got CGA up. This has all been an attempt to run away from, just. This has been an attempt to run away from something that I've been putting off for goddamn ever, which is actually drawing some more character sprite stuff. So that is what we're going to be doing. Oh, hey, Kinnikos. So you've probably seen the EGA mode, but we've now extended that to have automatic downgrade to CGA, and you can have it as like a different pattern in each room. So we can see like the first room here. We've got this moody kind of cyan and red, and if you go into the reactor, got different colors. And so yeah, that was kind of like the major thing. The second thing that we were working on is making a close-up of this coffee machine. I was worried it was going to be like a big ordeal to have like, what do you call it? An interactive object that kind of sits here in the middle of the screen, yet allows you to click out, but turns out it was fine. Oh, Kinnico says, that reminds me that Mean Streets automatically does CGA and EGA on the fly because it would otherwise take up too much space on the disc to have tailored graphics. That's I'm tempted. I want to see what it looks like. I haven't actually checked out the alternate modes of Mean Streets. At least I can't recall doing so. So we might as well just have a quick look to see how their downgrade goes, because that's all VGA graphics too. So I imagine they're doing a similar technique to what we're doing. Just kind of like having a big lookup table, converting the colors to, I don't know, maybe they do dithering. Let's see what they do. DOS. Oh wait, no, not Melodious Go 6-string searching. We are not playing that today. GOG. Mean Streets. Text Murphy 1 and 2. Mean Streets. Okay, so if we... Okay, and this is how you connect real sound to your stereo system. You can easily connect your computer to a stereo system or boombox and greatly improve the sound quality and volume. Follow the steps below. The parts can be obtained from your local Radio Shack. So you just get 6 to... I guess like... Is that... I don't know. But yeah, 2 alligator clips, a decoupling capacitor, and then... I guess, yeah, you just basically attach the wires to your PC speaker. And then jam that into whatever RCA port you've got. That's pretty funny. Oh, or you could pay access software for a cable. God, I wonder if those are on eBay. So like, play Mean Streets. Oh, here we go. And if we pick EGA. Huh. What happened to the music? Okay. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, look at that. They've definitely got some kind of dithering going on. They are probably doing... Oh. Those are some crunchy sounds. Oh, Kinnikos asks, did you like my Mean Street Cycle? Yes, it was very... Kinnikos did a... I think like a Schism Tracker cover of the Mean Streets theme. And it was actually pretty damn close. Oh, and Glackel says RIP Radio Shack, or at least RIP that version of Radio Shack. Yeah, we did, I mean... I can't remember if we actually... I don't think we had Radio Shack over here. We had Tandy, which was its own thing, and then... I guess Dick Smith was like the next biggest name. But, yeah. Unfortunately, Dick Smith is just a corpse operated by wires now. Just, you know, hollowed out skin suit that's currently being worn by Kogan.com. But we still have like hobbyist electronics stores like JCar and Ultronics and places like that. Which honestly have a lot better selection than Dick Smith had back in the day. Your job is to solve the case. Good lord. Oh yeah, and this scene was already done in... Let's have a quick look at CGA, just to even it out. Oh yeah, look at that. It figures I'd pick the red, green, yellow. Oh god. Yeah, okay, so they must be doing like a secondary dithering thing, because you can see that the credits are you know, doing like a checkerboard blend, making them kind of unreadable. If we start a new game, yeah, interesting. Like, they seem to have kind of gone more of, like, using the three color groups to do, like, a grayscale type shading arrangement. Oh, Kinnico says, the last time I've been to an actual Radio Shack store was years ago. My ex got me a Grundig G3 shortwave capable radio, and we ended up having to go back to said store to explain to the clerk that someone had stole the radio out of the box and left the box in the store. Oh, yeah. Amazing what the hell this is doing in 1989. Well, it's no box of sand that you got from Radio Shack. But I mean, yeah, they really did kind of like including a flight simulator in your adventure game. It's quite impressive. Even if I have no idea how to actually use the flight simulator path. I wonder if this is like, I wonder if the flight simulator is part of the reason, like, I don't think Mean Streets is supported in ScumVM. I know that, like, Amazon Guardians of Eden is, and that's like a later version of the Mean Streets engine. Because, yeah, like, ScumVM supports Amazon Guardians of Eden. Oh, and Martian Memorandum. It does not support Mean Streets. Possibly because of, and yeah, possibly because of this, the flight sim part. Oh, Kineko says, I mean, it's amazing what Mean Streets is doing for being made in 1989. They had to figure out a way to generate all the EGA and CGA visuals on the fly. Yeah, quite a lot of games had to do that. Like we were just looking earlier at, we were looking earlier at Lemmings, which does a similar thing. Like it has one set of assets, but then it has a bunch of, it just recolors the palette. Basically, it doesn't do any kind of dithering, but. But yeah, I was kind of like umming and ahhing about with the CGA modes, like, oh, do we need to kind of like have a completely separate dithering mode just for CGA? And then it turned out to be as easy as just take all the hints that you made for EGA and try and kind of like bucket the colors as best you can into the 4 CGA food groups, and it works pretty well. I mean, this room is kind of a bit it's kind of a bit dark, but then again, like, that's mostly because the primary color on the floor and the wall is, it's dark gray and black, which doesn't really resolve to anything in CGA apart from a solid fill. Kineko says, are you doing a background color trip? Yes, we are. So in CGA, you can get one extra color change by overriding the overscan register. So, and again, this isn't actually real CGA, this is just VGA, we're doing pretendy, but as per the palette rules, you can change the black color of any of the 6 CGA palettes to whatever you ding-dang wish in EGA. So that's what so for each of the rooms, we're kind of picking a slightly different one. I mean, this one originally I had brown, but then it looked interesting, but it was also quite low contrast, so I decided not to do that at the end. Okay. Oh wow, alright. So I just noticed it's part of I was gonna say, yeah, like the Amazon Guardians of Eden engine looks quite hard-coded in places. I guess it must have all been written in C. Oh, Racing the Beam says, unrelated suggestion. I feel the inventory slide over reveal would benefit massively from a bit of easing. Oh, you mean doing like a? I mean, we can try that out. I've got like a few easing modes in, so if I were to change that to, so we would change that to, like, ease in. Out, I guess. And then refresh this. Now it's kind of like the inverse of what I was going for, but... if I just reverse this again, out. So like this, you mean? I don't know, I quite like the linear though. This just kind of feels... Oh, you think it looks better? definitely more sudden. Maybe crank up the time a bit. I don't know, there's something about it feels a bit, like I would just give it like a little bit more time. Alright, no, that's too laggy. Do I have any other... Okay, what were my other choices that weren't ease in? Oh, okay. What if I just make them both ease out? Will I hate that? Yeah, okay. That feels more like it's kind of like ricocheting there like a, you know, spring-loaded phone slide. So it kind of slows down when it reaches the end. And then when you move the mouse cursor off, it just twangs down. Yeah, okay. I like that. But yeah, this is why it pays off to this is why it pays off to build on open source. That could have been like a whole ordeal adding in that timing, but because we're using the same basic kind of cubic Bezier algorithm from Servo, it's literally just as simple as copy down the numbers from the CSS spec and there you go. You've got the same timing function as CSS. Now there was, like, the other thing I wanted to look into outside of, because like timing function is good if you're just kind of going from A to B and you want to adjust along that line, but what I wanted to do for this bit when we turned the coffee machine on was to have the coffee machine like shake a bit. And I don't know, the idea I had for doing that involved, because I mean you can't really represent that with a timing function. It would probably be like, we'd still use the same movement system, but it would be like adding in like an offset, and then maybe you could add in like a, have something like an oscillator, which I'm just thinking like in terms of if you wanted to simulate screen, if you wanted to do screen shake or something like that, and you were doing an earthquake and you wanted to go like up and down at like a certain frequency, but you know, with like varying amplitude. Stuff like that. So, and I think that the answer would be that we need to extend what we do here for movement references so that not only can you define the timing function, but you can also define like a displacement function, which I guess you can add over the time. And then that way for something like this coffee machine, we could then, you know, do a movement thing on it and effectively have the object just standing completely still, but then we, you know, increase the shake initially while the machine fills and then slow it down when it's done, or something like that. But we're not going to do that tonight. I've done like plenty of code tonight. I need to actually do some spriting. I've managed to put it off for so goddamn long. And I gotta face the fact that I gotta do it. I gotta do it now. So I think it would be stand R? Yeah. Okay, so if we... So I gotta import some more rotoscope stuff. I just gotta grab... There's a walking frame. Okay. Oh, I just realized there's a little checkbox here. This is a reference layer and won't be included in the final image. I should have used that like a billion times before now. So it's great that I've learned about it after I finished drawing pretty much the entire game, except the animations, but whatever. Okay, so... Doesn't need to be perfect. Also turn off onion skinning. Okay, legs are in the wrong spot, but that's fine. We're not going to, Oh, Racing the Beam asks, could you probabilistically sample from an ellipse? Oh, you mean for, like, the shaking function? Yeah, so there was some middleware, from, like, a Unity middleware package that we were going to nick, which uses, as you say, like, sampling on points around either a circle or an ellipse, and it uses simplex noise, which is kind of similar to Perlin noise. And we added like a simplex noise source to the engine in C, so we can get simplex noise. I just have not put my mind to I don't know, like initially I was kind of like unsure about how we were going to add it into the movement system. Though now I'm pretty sure we got to extend this to include like something on top of the timing function, because we cannot use the timing function to just displace things on the grid. But okay, so Racing the Beam says, seems like a massive amount of work for a coffee cup. True, but this is kind of meant to be a showcase game for the game engine, which will be, hopefully, yeah, which will hopefully be like available for use. And obviously, like, I've been trying to like document the API as I go, but sometimes it's nice. Sometimes it's nice to have like a fully formed game which uses all the weird features. Like, I mean, like technically though, one could argue that if I was following through on this idea of this being like, oh, because I'm making it so that the game engine is useful, I would have spent time on a text entry widget rather than CGA support. But like, come on. Oh, Race of the Beam says, I didn't know you were planning to release the engine. The engine is actually available on GitHub right now. So I have not, like you can look at the code for the actual game engine. Right here. The game is not public yet because I want to finish it, but it will be, yeah, it will be source available. Actually, no, I'll probably, I don't know. I'll make it open source. But yeah, like I imagine that there would be, I don't know, like it's a toss-up because, you know, AGS for its foibles has been around for like the better part of, for more than 2 decades now, so there is a lot of material about how to use it, and, you know, obviously this isn't kind of like really going to compete with, I don't know, what's like that adventure game toolkit that in Unity that everyone seems to love? You know, it's a marginal thing, but I feel that for people who want for people who want DOS exclusive features, and yet be relatively easy to develop for, you could do worse. You could do worse than Parenti. Okay, no, I'm still stalling. Come on. Okay, now bear with me. I just got to import every single damn rotoscope. Ah, crap, no. Don't do that. Do not flatten. Merge down? Yes, that's what I want. Okay, import images layer. Now I can remember why I put this off for goddamn forever. Onion skinning, please. I'll just plonk it there for now. Originals, wrench. it's 5. Port images layer. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we're up to 10. 2 more. Punch down. Okay. So foot placement doesn't really change. And yeah, this is going to be an animation of reaching inside the inner pocket and taking out the wrench. Turn off onion skinning for a bit. Come on. Oh, I see. Right, so marking something as a reference layer means you can't do anything to it. Okay, well, that's less useful. Less useful than I was expecting, but whatever. Let's check those here. So for now, I think I'll just do a version of the sprite which does not have the hands at that particular point. And then we can kind of... Then all we have to do is animate, like, the top of the torso and maybe... Yeah, just like the torso up from rotating. Maybe the legs. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Now we can switch back to rotoscope. Oh yeah, so the left arm grabs the lapel. That's what it's doing, so it's going up. Okay, so the turn starts like halfway through, but initially we can say it's kind of the first few frames are going to be in line, but okay, and then frame 3 is when the sleeves kind of move. For now though, I will copy the body to all the other frames to use as a base. So we'll just block out the hand placement like this, I suppose. Kiniko says, I really like the sharp X68000 version of Wise 1 music. Yeah, spot on. This is from the Wise, I have no idea if that's how you pronounce it, but yeah. It's from that soundtrack. And it does sound pretty good, like all X68000 music. Ye with a prolonged S at the end. Yes. Okay. That's just Australian for yes. As an oh yes. Okay. Freaking. How's this looking? This is gonna be looking deranged, isn't it? Turn opacity up higher. I think I'm just going to draw them from scratch. Or at least draw most of them from scratch. this out. Okay, this final frame, I think, should be based on this. Maybe I shouldn't have wrecked it, and I did. Feels like we're missing like one frame between this stance and that stance. Which I guess I could capture later. There's nothing stopping me from adding another frame in there. How'd that look? So, come on. Hand's got to be like... We want something like the halfway point between this and this, which is going to be about here. And the elbow would be halfway point between there and there, which I guess would be about here. Always dangerous when you're kind of drawing freehand, at least it's for me. God, did it just not paste anything? Okay, whatever. Oh god, okay, you have to click on each one. Okay. So many bangers. So many bangers in the 68,000 music library. Okay. Probably, yeah. I'm now kind of tossing up, do I even need this animation at all? But it'd be nice to have. It'd be nice to have a dedicated animation for like taking the wrench out of your inventory. Okay. Okay. I'm a little annoyed. That we can't use... Well. I mean, we could probably... We might be able to get away with reusing the same top shot, but then I'm worried that it will just kind of look a bit like... I mean, like, Sierra games are kind of notorious for having animations which are very clearly just, like, the same sprite shifted to the left and to the right in deluxe paint, or whatever they were using, and I want to avoid that if possible. I would like it to kind of look as fluid as the walk cycle does, which was achieved by just painting the same thing every frame and then lining it up at the end so that it looked okay. Let's just see how one of these frames looks. Thank God for reference photography. Otherwise, I have no idea how you would get the colors right for something like this. Practice, I suppose, but... Okay, one frame. One frame out of 11. Oh god, alright. This is gonna take ages, isn't it? sleeve movement looks... I don't know. What's meant to be happening in this frame? Slight bulge here, maybe? Yeah, okay. So the top of the shoulder should be that line of pixels. Good enough. Well, we're almost at the end of 6 hours, and what have we got? We got these outlines, and I guess a couple of frames were drawn. Okay, one frame got fully drawn, and then I kind of went like 1.5. Let's round it up to 1.5. Oh god, but yeah. Well, I gotta go to bed. that's unfortunate. Sorry I haven't really said anything for the past few hours. It was more just kind of me staring off into the distance, reflecting on how much I am struggling doing pixel art. But sometimes the only way out of a problem is pushing through to the other side, and hopefully this is one of those cases. I'm gonna leave it there. Who's rating? Who's rating tonight? Sorry, who is on Twitch tonight? In the meantime, I'm just gonna bask here in this wonderful CGA thing. Actually, Yeah, okay. Mac is playing another obscure RTS, so why not? Let's go raid Mac. Okay, I'll be back Thursday doing more director stuff as usual, but in the meantime, have a wonderful rest of your evening. I'll see you next time. Goodbye.